another come-from-behind win yesterday. Robin's crew has a chance to finish this homestand the same way they started it. It's the finale. Sox and Mariners next, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. We are coming to you from the city beautiful Chicago, Illinois, where this afternoon Comcast Sportsnet presents White Sox baseball. It's Paul Konerko, Adam Dunn, Alex Rios, and our Sox as they get set to butt heads with Eric Wedge's Seattle Mariners. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ken Harrelson with Steve Stone as we get set to bring you the finale of this 3-game set and this 6-game homestand. As you know, in this homestand, we're 5-0. We swept the Yankees in those 3. We've won the first 2 games here. So the Sox come in at 70-55, 2.5 games in front of the Tigers, and hopefully this afternoon, Gavin Floyd.
Gavin Floyd would love to get into double figures. He's 9-9. His 10th win would be a welcome one. Against Seattle, lifetime, he's 4-4. His ERA, pretty decent, not great. We faced him one time this year. Gave up 5 runs in a no decision. So Gavin would like to establish the curveball early. He'd like to establish the inside corner early and turn things around because he's one of the mainstays in the starting rotation. Kevin Millwood goes to the mound for Seattle, and lifetime against our ball club, he's just 1-7. This year he's 4-10 with an ERA in the low 4s. Recently, he's throwing the ball a whole lot better. Now, we do have more thunder than this team, but this Seattle team is playing as tough and tight. This has been a tough series. Let's see if we can sweep the homestand.
All right, sit back, relax, and strap it down, and hopefully, White Sox baseball coming your way.
There go Sox!
White Sox baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all, Ford. Drive one. The new wireless receiver from AT&T Uverse. Visit att.com/freeyourtv. Rethink possible. BMO Harris Bank. Helping money make sense. BMO Harris Bank. NA member FDIC. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. And by Toyota. With great specials on fuel-efficient vehicles. Right now, you can get a lot for less at your local Toyota dealer.
The Seattle Mariners out of town, just as we did to the New York Yankees. Now for the Miller Times starting Mariners lineup under Eric Wedge. Dustin Ackley leads it off, and then Trayvon Robinson in the 2 spot with Kyle Seager at third base hitting third. John Jaso, Jesus Montero, Eric Thames, Justin Smoke, Casper Wells, and Brendan Ryan playing shortstop and hitting ninth. The defense and how they'll line up behind Gavin Floyd. It's Danks, Wise, and Rios in the outfield, with Euclid, Ramirez, Olmedo getting the shot at second base today, and Canerco in the infield. Tyler Flowers gets a nod behind the plate, and our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Gavin Floyd. Gavin at 9-9, ERA just a little above 4.5. He's 4-4 lifetime against these Mariners, as you can see. When he gets a curveball over, he does get a lot of strikeouts, and you'll be able to tell relatively early if he's throwing that one for strikes or not. The men in blue today. Behind the plate, Jim Reynolds. At first base, James Hoy. At second base, their crew chief, Jim Joyce. And at third base, Lance Barrett. Things have gone very well against the Mariners this year, and the Sox have dominated this lineup. They're 7-1 against them. The batting average is .287. The runs per game a very high 6.4. Home runs 14. ERA, just as a team ERA, just a little below 4. But in the last 27 games against the Mariners, our Sox are 23-4. So this is a team that came in red hot, winners of 8 in a row, winners of 11 of their last 12 games, only to come in here and play a couple of close games, but a couple of games where they came out on the losing side. So after a long delay, we're ready to play baseball. I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Steve, thank you. And once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to White Sox Baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. So happy you could join us for the finale of this set and this homestand. Sox 5-0. Sweeping the Yankees and taking the first 2 here. So Gavin Floyd, our 29-year-old right-hander, ready with the first pitch of the ball game to Dustin Ackley. And that ball's hit hard, and it's going to fall for the base hit. Jordan Banks gets it back in. Ackley now 6 for 11 in the series.
Ackley started out all 3 games with a base hit. This is a first pitch fastball right down the middle. Whether it's 95 or not, it's irrelevant. So the first game, he starts out with a double and scored. He started out with a single yesterday and scored. He starts out with a single today.
So an hour and 51-minute rain delay. As here's Trayvon Robinson. He's 3 for 7 with a homer in the series. Ackley 12 for 15 in stolen bases, so you got to be aware of it, as that bunt is not very good. Robinson hitting at .239 with a homer and 5 knocked in. Mariners come in hitting at .234 with a 3.73 team ERA. And coming in here for this series, Seattle had won 8 in a row. And since the All-Star break, was the best team in the American League. And that's shoveled out into left field for another little soft base hit. So trouble of brewing right here in the top of the first again, as we have had in all 3 games.
They scored a run in the first game in the first inning and a run in the second game in that first game. Well, the second inning in that first game, and then 3 in the first yesterday. But our ball club has come behind in both of them.
Yeah, this is a different emotion that this club gives you than what we've had for the last 3 or 4 years. When we fall behind, it's not a big deal.
No, I don't believe that they're ever out of it. More importantly, they don't believe they're ever out of it. We had a look at Chris Chambliss, the hitting instructor of these Mariners.
Kyle Seager. He's had a big series. 3 for 8, 2 homers, 5 knocked in. 24-year-old third sacker comes in hitting at .252. And this is the 9th and final meeting of the year between these 2 clubs. In the first 8, Our Sox have won 7 of them. 2-0 the count.
Well, the rain that had abated now is starting to come down a little bit harder.
That figures. And there's the strike. Seager, good fastball hitter, was sitting all over one and didn't get it. He's a good-looking young hitter.
Yeah, loves the fastball, particularly down.
And they get it. Rack him up. That was a good turn by Olmedo.
This ball is not hard hit. Ukes got it. Olmedo comes to the infield part of second base. There's all kinds of ways to make this turn. Not sure he was exactly on second base, but it's a neighborhood call.
That is a good turn of the double play by Ray. And here's Jaso. Fouls that one away. Yeah, if you keep it, as Steve just mentioned, the term is used, in the neighborhood. If they made you tag everything, that you would see several during the course of a season, broken legs.
Well, there'd be that, and there'd be a lot of spikes. A lot of guys getting hands, wrists, forearms spiked on tags. If you had to leave the glove down there instead of that quick tag that they use a lot.
That breaking ball fouled away.
Jaso, one of the best in this league, and has been all year, in driving home runs with 2 outs. And as you can see, just with runners in scoring position, hitting .400. Well, he was a good addition to this team.
Well, he likes to walk into the pitch, to the approach. That wide open stance.
Which makes him very susceptible to a fastball inside, as we saw last night from Brett Myers.
That was a beautiful sequence.
It was indeed. A couple of hooks, and then he walked into that fastball and couldn't get his arms out.
And that's out of play. Yeah, that sequence was picture perfect.
Well, this entire at bat has been thrown away from Jaso, except for the first pitch, which was down the middle. Be a good time to either cut one in out of his hands or try to throw that fastball inside.
He did not go.
Here's the Nissan pitch tracks. And you can see that it's been mostly out away. First pitch was down the middle. Last pitch was in the dirt. Pretty good idea. Just missed with it inside.
And a full count with Jesus Montero on deck. Sox will conclude this game, board our charter, and head on over to Baltimore. We got a tough trip coming up. 4 in Baltimore, 3 in Detroit. Baltimore's playing very tough, as is Detroit, as there is ball 4.
Nissan pitch tracks will show you that this one is off the plate. If you're looking for one thing that's made Gavin a 9-9 pitcher when he probably should be a bit better, it's inability to control his curveball early in the game. That's when teams have gotten to him, when he's become essentially a 1 or 1.5 pitch pitcher because the curveball is a non-factor.
Montero 3 for 9 in the series with a homer. And he takes ball 1.
He seems to have an unusual swing to me. I know you know more about swings than I do, but he sits with the bat on his shoulder. What does that do for him?
Just like a fingerprint.
It's up to the individual,
Yeah.
how he feels comfortable.
Sure. Yeah. Can I check it up on that one? Just like a wind-up for a pitcher. He's very strong. That home run he hit against us in Seattle, right over the center field fence when the ball was not carrying in that game. That was a good illustration of just how strong he is.
And what's been a good sign for him is this series he started to pull the ball. I mean, if you've got big enough power to take it out in center field and then you learn how to pull the ball, that means that you're starting to understand what pitchers are trying to do to you. And with his strength to right center field, if he starts hitting him out on left also, you're going to lose all the places to throw to him.
Well, we've got a couple of outstanding looking 22-year-old catchers coming into the league. So that's just off the plate. And Montero and Salvador Perez.
I think Perez's entire game is going to be better than Montero's.
Yeah. I think Montero's got a good chance of winding up maybe at first base. But he sure has a good chance to be a good hitter. 3-1. Can't get him. Nope. And the run scores.
Well, they've been consistent. They've scored at least one in every game, putting us behind in each and every game. RBI number 51 for Montero. This ball isn't hit hard, but it's hit in a perfect spot. With Alexei playing him pretty much as a pull hitter, this ball up the middle does not have a play at second and can't get it there quickly enough.
So here's Thames. Eric at 255, 6 homers, 21 knocked in. Now time is called. Yeah, this guy gives himself a chance. He's dangerous. And the Tigers have defeated the Angels 5-2 at Comerica Park as there's a strike. Scherzer was dealing in that game. He's now 14-6. Irvin Santana, the loser, he's 7-11. Had breaking ball yanked. Foul and the count 0-2.
That's how it looks with the Tigers just 2 back pending the outcome of this game. The Royals, Indians, and Twins, well, that's about it for them.
Checks it up on that fastball and fouls it away. Bottom of the 9th in Cleveland, Yankees leading the Tribe 4-2. And that one goes around. And Don Cooper.
And he's used that clicker 27 times already. This is pitch number 28. Don has that clicker in his right hand. Counting them all himself.
So 2 out, 2 on, 2-2 the count. That was a pretty good pitch to hit right there. He was just a little too quick.
Kevin throws a curveball that does almost nothing. Gonna hang right in the middle of the plate. Thames just missed it.
Justin Smoke on deck. And another full count. And the 31st pitch coming up. That Toronto-Baltimore game was postponed. And that's where we'll be going.
Well, it's probably a little easier for them because they're in the same division, so they'll probably run into one another again.
And there's a chopper to Hopper. Olmedo almost away. And that'll do it. But he throws 31 pitches. He gives up 1 run. And we'll go to the bottom of the first.
It's Kevin Youkilis, Adam Dunn, Paul Konerko, Alex Rios, Alexei Ramirez, Jordan Danks getting another start with Tyler Flowers and Ray Olmedo rounding it out. The defense and how they'll line up behind the venerable Kevin Millwood. Robinson, Wells, and Thames in the outfield with Seager, Ryan Ackley, and Smoke in the infield. John Jasa with the nod behind the plate. And our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Kevin Millwood. 4-10 this year, ERA 4.29. Gone are the days when he used to strike out a whole lot of people, yet he's only surrendered 10 home runs. But he is 1-7 lifetime against our ball club, so that bodes well for our team against the soft-throwing but usually effective Kevin Millwood.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours. Oh, at 37 years old, 6'4", 230 pounds. Several years ago when he was in that Cleveland uniform, he had an ERA 1 year of under 1 against us, and he was 0-3.
That's here when he led the league in earned run average and had a losing record.
First pitch strike to D. Wise, hitting at .291, 6 homers, and 18 knocked in. Sox come in hitting at .258 as a club with a 3.98 team ERA. Checks it up. 1-1 the count. Sox 37-26 here at home and 33-29 on the road. So that overall mark of 70 and 55. And that is foul. And possibly, yeah, it's coming back. Seager stays with it. And that's out number 1.
Seager's a pretty good all-around player, and he showed us in this series that they might have themselves a long-term third baseman. His pop-up drifting toward the tarp. Seager stays right with it and makes the play.
Now here's Uke. Uke takes strike 1. He's hitting at .245, 15 homers, 49 knocked in, 3 for 6 in this series. That ball hit hard. Stretch. Nope. Casper Wells makes the play. 2 down.
That fastball on the outer third with not much on it. Uke hits it hard, but it's a rainy, very humid day. Ball doesn't seem to be carrying all that well. Wells right there to make the play.
So here's Adam at .205, 38 long ones and 87 knocked in. Adam 2 for 9 in the series with 2 homers. And lifetime against Millwood, he's 9 for 22. And of the 9 hits, 3 of them stayed in the park.
Millwood career-wise 167 and 150. So he had a pretty good run at it. Was very good for a few years with Atlanta before moving to Philadelphia, and then Cleveland and Texas, Baltimore, Colorado. Now finds himself here with Seattle.
Yeah, he's had, especially financially, a very nice career. Breaking ball high. 167 wins is absolutely nothing to sneeze at.
Nope. And he used to perennially go over 200 innings, so he would take the baseball. Twice he led his league in starts. Five times over 200 innings and 4 other times over 190 innings. So he's been pretty durable.
There's a one-hopper. Actually, almost played too deep for his arm. Meanwhile, a 1-2-3 inning, and after 1, it is 1-0 Mariners. And if you want a fantastic White Sox experience, check out the Comcast Fundamentals deck here at US Cellular Field. You can interact with the White Sox trainers, run the bases at the wiffle ball diamond, and test your swing at the batting cages. You're always at the center of action with Xfinity, only from Comcast. So Gavin Floyd taking his warm-up tosses, a steady drizzle now. As Jim Reynolds will go out, ask him if he wants some of that absorption compound. Quick dry. As we're in the top of the second, it is 1-0 Seattle. For the Mariners, it'll be the lower third of their order. Smoke, Wells, and Ryan. And a couple other scores. Bottom of the seventh at Fenway, Red Sox leading Kansas City 6-4. Last night, Red Sox had a 9-3 lead over Kansas City and lost it in extra innings. Final now from Cleveland, 4-2 Yankees. Boone Logan, 5-2, picks up the victory. Ubaldo Jimenez takes the loss. Soriano was 33rd save. But the first pitch to Justin Smoke, hitting at 191, taken low and inside.
The switch hitter, most of his power coming from the left side. Against Floyd, he's hit a couple of home runs. The batting average way down this year. He sent him to the minor leagues to try to shorten up his stroke.
That's into right field. 1 out. That was only a couple of ways you can shorten up your stroke. One of them is very difficult, and the other is very difficult.
So you're saying it's very difficult?
Yes. Yep. It can be done. As Wells fouls that one off. A good example of that was Tino Martinez when he first came in to the league. Had a big long swing and learned how to shorten it up mechanically, which is a very difficult thing to do. And became a very productive offensive player.
He did that with a couple of different teams.
Yeah. There's a good breaking ball strike to Wells. What Tino did, if you're sitting at home, try to picture this. He was a left-handed hitter. Picture your forearm and start to swing. Is that ball in the hole? Nice pick. The peg. Beautiful play, Alexei. Mercy.
Once he got to it, there's no way that Wells was going to outrun that arm. He had a chance to plant and actually got him by a good full step. Lexi, when he chooses to, has about as strong an arm as any shortstop in baseball.
Yeah, when he wants to come over the top.
Pretty good.
As here's Brendan Ryan. We're talking about Martinez. A few youngsters out there have a big long swing or have trouble catching up to a fastball. It's the lead arm that has to get it done. And if you're a left-handed hitter, that right arm, when you start to swing, that forearm has got to get outside the elbow. If it doesn't get outside the elbow, the swing is going to become very big and very slow. And the faster that that forearm gets outside the elbow, towards the pitcher, the quicker the head of that bat is going to get there. And when Tino first came in, he had none of that. As that's out of play. Two out, 1-2 the count. He gone. Hook. 1-2-3 inning. And after an inning and a half, it is 1-0 Seattle. This afternoon. You see Jim Angel, our director and the crew. And what was you? Steve's going with Alexei and Mark Zucker. And all the great folks with Levy Brothers Restaurants who do such a fantastic job everywhere. And here at our ballpark. We're going to go with Adam Dunn. So Paulie, Rios, Alexei here to face Kevin Millwood. Paulie hitting at .319, 21 homers, 60 knocked in. Paulie is 5 for 8 in this series. As that pitch is poked, foul. Lifetime against Millwood is surprising. He's 11 for 30, which is good, but he has no home runs.
Well, Millwood, by and large, has kept the ball in the ballpark this year, which is also somewhat surprising at 37 years old, because he doesn't throw sinkers. But he does move the ball around and changes speeds a lot. In his 2 starts this season against our ball club, it hasn't been pretty for him.
Top hands it. And that's out number 1.
I thought Ryan was going to run it over first base for a second.
Yeah, he's animated. As is at Kawasaki. That they have on their ball club. As here's Rios. Alex at .303, 20 homers, 73 knocked in. He's 9 for 24 lifetime off Millwood with a homer. Takes first pitch strike. That one at 89. Count evens at 1. Ball and 2 strikes. And then game tomorrow night at Baltimore. The game will be over WCIU. It'll be Francisco Liriano against Wei Yin Chin, left-hander for the Orioles.
I think they'll probably move Tillman back. I would think he was due to pitch today, and the game was canceled.
There's just a flat-out boot. He picks up his 7th error.
7th error and probably the easiest play he's had all year. High hopper, missed it. And here is the look. In the glove, out of the glove. No transfers today.
So here's Alexei at 263, 8 homers, 58 driven in. Alexei 4 for 14 as there goes. Out, and he just picks up his 20th stolen base.
Good combination to run against. Although Millwood uses a slide step, Jaso can't not get the handle. Good pitch to throw. Didn't get the throw off.
Softly hit, softly hit. Bearhens can't make the play. And a good job by Ackley right there. Or else Rios would have scored.
That one's going to go as a base hit. Infield a little wet. Comes on the bare hand. Awfully tough play. You got a bare hand throw in the same motion. Even then you might not get him. But it becomes a moot point as he just flat out misses the ball.
So here's Jordan. Thanks to 250, a homer, he's driven in 3. And that'll get the job done. Alex will tag, and this game is tied at 1.
RBI number 4 for Danks. With Alex Rios, only 3 players in franchise history with 30-plus doubles, 20-plus home runs, and 20-plus stolen bases in the same season. Ray Durham, Maglio, and Alex Rios has just joined the club.
And he's liable to add another category, 10 triples. He has 7. And he has thrown all kinds of leather in right field. So here is Tyler hitting at 234, 5 homers, 8 driven in. Tyler came into the ball game yesterday when AJ was ejected. That was in the 3rd inning. Then he homered to tie the game in the 6th. He had a beautiful bunt single that set up another run in the 8th. And if you missed that game yesterday, he just muscled it out of here. Very, very strong. Alexei 14 for 19 in stolen bases. Got a decent lead. There's that pitch right at the bottom of the zone for a strike. One and one to count.
Hector Santiago loosening up in the bullpen. And this is not a particularly good sign.
No. No, it's not. There he goes. And Jay still with the throw.
Looked like they got the hand in, but didn't get the call.
But we pick up a run, and we'll go to the third, tied at 1. A chance to show off their sports knowledge and fill up their gas tank. Then come out to Rocket Wrigley on Monday night for a chance to test your Chicago sports trivia on the show. Gas Money presented by Honda tonight at 7 only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Let's take a look at the replay of the last throw, and in fact he was out. Good call by Jim Joyce. Jaso gets off a good solid throw. And from the look, we slow it down. He's got him. Hector Santiago comes in the game. When we get an update on Gavin Floyd, we certainly will let you know. A 2-1 record. This is 35th game. ERA just below 4.
Dustin Ackley single to lead off the ball game. Hit the first pitch thrown by Gavin and came around to score. 1-1 to count.
Gavin went 2 innings, gave up a run on 3 hits. He walked 1, fanned 1.
Ball hit hard, caught by Ray. Hang with him for Ackley.
Ackley has shown himself to be a pretty good hitter. And that, a full out dive by Almedo, takes a base hit away.
Here's Trayvon Robinson. He had a little duck snort into short left field. Got that fastball right by him. Count evens at 1. And there's a little Scroogey. So 2-1 to count.
There's one thing about these throwback 1972 uniforms. Number one, they're good looking, but that's not the big thing. They never wanted you to forget the number on the back, because it is gigantic. 53 takes up all of Santiago's back.
Payoff pitch. He gone. Good ball. And we understand that Kevin Floyd has some discomfort in his right elbow. So here's Seager. Get into a 5-4-3 double play. 1-3-1 for them. 1-1-0 for us.
And with nobody out and 2 on, that was the biggest play of the day to this point. Mato got the throw off, turned the double play, got out with just 1 run in that first inning. Could have been a lot worse.
Two balls, 1 strike, 2 out here in the top of the third. Phillies beat the Senators, the Nationals, the Nasty Nats 4-1 at Citizens Bank Ballpark. Cardinals took care of their business in Cincinnati 8-2. Another full count. Dodgers, bottom of the second, at home. They lead Mark Burley and the Marlins 1-0. He gone. 1-2-3 and a couple strikeouts for Hector. And we go to the bottom of the third, tied at 1.
about that a little bit. We'll get back to you a little later in the game with the answer.
And you can stop by Bacardi at the Park at U.S. Cellular Field at the Gate 5 Plaza. Bacardi at the Park offers a full menu from Gibson's Restaurant Group and opens at 11 a.m. before all home games. And it's a great place to hang out and watch the action on over 70 HD TVs. Tyler Flowers, Ray Olmedo, and D. Wise here in the bottom of the third in a 1-1 tie. And that's a souvenir right side. Paints the outside corner. And a count 0-2. Ryan, 1 out.
Just with the weather conditions the way they are, and the fact that there might be some rain in the offing, along with the fact that this is getaway day, I would say you can't get too particular at the plate. Swing the bat, because there are going to be a lot of borderline pitches being called right now.
That's the way it should be.
Just consistency. That's all players on both teams will ask.
Well,
they know the zone. They're in good shape.
As long as you know it. As long as you know it. You know, it's like that old saying. I don't care what the rules are, as long as I know it.
Well, that's true.
One and two the count to Olmedo. They're hitting at 214. Since joining us. Tried to backdoor him and it stays out there. And there's a chopper in the hole. Actually upset with himself he didn't get there, but that was a tough play, and that's a base hit for Ray.
As long as Ray keeps the ball on the ground, he's going to be in pretty good shape. Batting practice today, he was using a lot of pitches in the air. And actually, Ackley did get there. The ball just went under the glove. It skidded. He expected it to hop, but when it got to the wet grass, it just skidded under the glove.
So here's D. Wise. He fouled out to Seager, who made a good catch on it. The bunt, but foul. Yeah, in years past, that was the normal part of the procedure on a game like that, especially as you mentioned, prefaced it perfectly, on getaway day. With some weather in the area, the umpires would just tell you first time you came to the plate, swing the bat.
And we got to get this one in, and neither team wants to take up an off day, or especially neither team wants to play if it means something the day after the season ends.
And back in those days, they did not have charter flights. They were all commercial.
No,
so that plate got very, very wide on getaway day.
Yeah, if you missed it, you were there for a while. You missed that flight.
I remember many times sitting in that airport till 6 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, because it was a very long game, maybe 12, 13 innings, maybe 5 hours, 4.5 hours.
Well, I thought it was an off day and you just went to the airport. No, huh?
No. And just the whole game, we were all just fighting for a place to sleep. And that is another souvenir.
Outfield straight away, pretty much straight away in the infield. If anything, Ryan is shading him up the middle.
Oh, he got a cookie right there and couldn't do anything with it.
Nissan pitch tracks will show you one that split the plate without a whole lot on it. 83 miles an hour. Maybe for Dwayne a little under the hitting speed.
Olmedo, just a decent lead. Now too much time with Jaso and Millwood. Got him.
Got him on what appeared to be a straight change. Take another look at it. Nissan pitch tracks. It is indeed a straight change, and he threw it in a perfect spot. And he swung over the top.
So here's Uke. He hit the ball hard his first at bat. Went out deep to center. Uke now 3 for 7 in the series. Takes first pitch strike. Final from Pittsburgh. Brew Crew shut him out 7-0. Rogers over Bedard. That Yankee 4-2 victory over Cleveland, Curtis Granderson hit his 200th homer.
Turned out to be a terrific trade for both teams, which is the way ideally you would like to make them. Austin Jackson, although he's cooled off recently, has put together a great year as a terrific center fielder, and Granderson was built for Yankee Stadium.
Oh, nice pick by Jaso. Wow.
Steers a breaking ball in the dirt. Jaso able to not only stop it, but actually catch it.
Yeah, he played the spin on that one. Yeah, that's a good trade for both teams. Austin Jackson, in my opinion, as we talked about, key to that Detroit ball club, and he's making it go.
And Granderson, as popular a man as they have in the Yankee locker room, and also for that ballpark, I mean, he's good in any ballpark,
right.
but for Yankee Stadium, he's especially good.
Yeah, the chance to chant with his parents when the Yankees were in town. And what nice people.
Funny, I always saw his dad in a Tiger uniform, but he's not wearing that anymore.
That's softly hit into right field and gets by it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here comes Ray. He'll score. Uke into third, and the Sox lead it 2-1. Yes.
Well, a gambling play by Thames in a situation that probably didn't dictate that type of gamble. That was a soft breaking ball up in the zone, and Thames just missed it, and when he did, there was no protection behind him. So he took the ill-advised dive, and for Uke, his second triple of the year, he drives in his 50th run.
And here's Adam. Had another hit taken away by the shift back in the first inning. And they've got it on again. Ground ball. Back throw, and they get him. But the triple by Uke knocks in Olmedo. We'll go to the fourth, leading 2-1.
The new Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell.
As you check out, well, I'll tell you, that truck, that is amazing, an amazing vehicle.
I think they need a few more screens.
Jim Angio's been doing this. Jim Angio, a Hall of Fame director, has been doing this for a long time.
But when he takes it home and he can put all of his favorite shows on all those screens, must be terrific.
You know, in all the years I've known Jim, he's like a little brother to me. I mean, I've never asked him, do you ever dream about those screens?
He must. He spends enough time looking at them.
John Jaso walked his first trip. Takes a strike. No walks, no walks. Softly hit. Well, we mentioned first of that 4-game set against the Orioles tomorrow night. It'll be Liriano against Chin. And then on Tuesday, Chris Sale against Chris Tillman. And on Wednesday, Jake Peavy against Miguel Gonzalez, I assume. And then Quintana to be announced.
The Baltimore team came into action today. They were rained out, but just 4 games in back of the Yankees. The Yankees won, so that'll move them 4.5 back. Tampa Bay came in at 3.5 back. And there's how it looks in the AL East. Kind of a surprising race. Most of the people felt the Yankees would have run away and hid at this point, but that hasn't been the case because the Rays and O's playing pretty good solid baseball.
Yes, they are, and they just acquired a left-hander, Joe Saunders, from the D-backs. So that might be to be announced on Thursday.
Could very well be. One of the advantages that Joe will have, unlike so many of the pitchers that come over from the National League, is he spent a lot of time in the American League. So he's very familiar with the ballparks, with many of the players. And he's a quality left-hand pitcher.
Good job right there by Jesus Montero, getting out of the way of that one. Out in front, hooks it foul. That's high. D-Wise. 2 down. So here's Eric Thames. He grounded out on a lengthy at bat to Olmedo at second. Takes ball 1. Well, he's got him. That didn't take long. 1, 2, 3. Hector's retired all 6 he's seen, and he leads it 2-1.
And the answer? None other than Felix the Great. Felix Hernandez, 19 wins in 2009, tied with Sebastian Verlander. Then later to go on to win the Cy Young Award and will be a contender for the Cy again this year. And he has the lone Mariners' perfect game. In their history with some pretty good pitchers there, he stands alone.
Out of Valencia, Venezuela. Here's Paulie. It'll be Canerco, Rios, and Ramirez. 2-3-0 for us, 1-3-1 for them. That one was a big error. Gave us our first run. And there's a good way to start it.
That's a big reason why Paulie is fourth in the league in hitting. His ability in a given at bat to understand just what to do with the baseball. That one didn't care to pull. Just took it the opposite way. Nice job of hitting, leading off the inning. A solid base hit to right.
And here is Alex. He had a chopper two hopper right to the shortstop, Brendan Ryan, and he just flat booted it. And then Alex, there's a shot back through the middle. Alex stole second and came around to score on a sacrifice fly.
That fastball right down the middle. It split the heart of the plate. Alex took it right back up the middle. 2 on, nobody out. And Seager talking with Millwood on instructions from the dugout to see what they're going to do if Alexei does indeed lay one down.
Alexei had an infield single. And 1 to count.
Here's the AT&T U-verse multi-view. Get a chance to see if Alexei does lay it down, which he showed no signs of doing on the first pitch.
Uh-oh. Should be. Rack him up, 2 down. Paulie into third, and that'll bring up Jordan. Hanks had the sacrifice fly back in the second inning.
Harris grounds into his 14th double play this year. Apparently Viciato's shoulder still nagging him a little bit. You know, he certainly doesn't want to be out of there, but sometimes your body tells you exactly what to do, and this time that right shoulder is a little sore.
High pop up left side. Robinson makes the catch, and that'll retire the side. So we get the first team on the board, can't do anything with it, and we're into the 5th, leading 2-1. Ultimate to 244-769. Mobile users get exclusive offers, deals, and contest info. Joining enters you in the drawing for our Ultimate Fan package, where a lucky winner will receive 2 VIP game tickets, an autographed item, and Comiskey cash. So text Ultimate to 244-769. Top of the 5th inning. Takes first pitch strike is Justin Smoke. Switch hitting first baseman. He's 0 for 1. He went out to Rios. There's that screwball, hit hard. And now, good job by D. Wise to get over there, and a terrific throw. He'd have been a gone goose if he had tried it.
Well, it certainly helps that Smoke doesn't have good speed, but that's a terrific play by Wise. He not only goes over and cuts it off, but then he turns around and throws a strike to second base. 360 spin. That ball's right there.
Here's Casper Wells. Alexa made a beautiful play on him. And if you miss that play back in the 2nd inning.
Only needs a chance to plant. When he comes over the top, pretty much you're out.
Foul back.
The departure of Gavin Floyd after just 2 innings of work means 21 outs to cover by the bullpen. And if Santiago can get the majority of them, that pen's going to be a lot healthier heading into 7 straight against Baltimore and Detroit.
21 to count. Well, this is just the way Abner designed it. That screwball. And the count 2-1. We go away for 7 and come home for 10. There it is again, and that one's a grab. It's a strike. 2-2.
A lot more home games than road games in September. That's a tremendous advantage heading down the stretch, and then we ended with 3 in Cleveland.
Has to gas him upstairs. So a full count. We don't need any walks. And that ball hit hard. Another screwball. Now getting the over, and it is 3-2 Mariners.
Eighth home run by Wells. He's now driven in 29. And just like that, the lead disappears. Our 4th home run replay. When that screwball doesn't do much, it's like a hanging curveball, slider, or any other pitch, and it goes a long way.
First pitch strike to Ryan, who struck out his first trip. Well, that September schedule certainly is beneficial, especially when we started off playing so bad at home and have since won 20 out of the last 25 here.
Well, things have been going awfully well in this ballpark, and the team will view that 2 runs as nothing more than another hurdle to climb over.
Good rip by Ryan. Meanwhile, count evens at 2. High in the center field. That's out number 1. That'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Dustin Ackley. He's 1 for 2, and Olmedo made a good play on him back in the 3rd inning. That's the line shot. Count evens at 1. Three, 5, and 1 for the Mariners. 2, 5, and 0 for our Sox. Two and 2. Ray's got him. 2 down. That'll bring up Trayvon Robinson, who has a little duck snort single in the left, down a strikeout. Or 1 to count to the 24-year-old switch hitting outfielder. And a 1-2.
Hector's trying to get that cutter inside to the right-handers, but he keeps missing low and in.
He gone. Right there. Yes. Meanwhile, we're halfway home. We trail it 3-2. Trail this one 3-2, 3-5-1 for them, 2-5-0 for us. It'll be Flowers, Olmedo, and then back to the top of the order with Dwayne Wise. Tyler 0 for 1, grounded out to short. Looking for it, got it, and underneath it. In case by some chance that you missed that Dodger Red Sox deal. It's one of the biggest deals. And of that magnitude among two clubs in a long time.
Well, especially with $250 million in obligations headed to the Dodgers.
Yeah, well, the Dodgers are getting ready to, we understand, sign the biggest television contract ever.
No doubt about that.
And it's going to be in the vicinity of maybe $4 billion. That's a high major league pop-up. Seager's there, out 1. So that'll bring up Olmedo, who singled and scored back in the 3rd. Angels and the Rangers recently signed 20-year deals, about $3 billion.
I think that's one of the reasons, among other reasons, why Stan Kazdin was dropped into that group.
Stan Kazdin is amazing. He is amazing.
He has a tremendous ability to understand the value of that particular product in this game, and a way to deal with people that plays one off another to get them the highest price you could possibly get.
He knows how to build a brand. Everywhere he's been, he's done it. Everywhere.
Yes, he has. He was right at the start of those 14 straight division titles for the Atlanta Braves, then went on to Washington.
Flips that one into left field. And that's out number 2. Well, some of the writers were asking me what I thought about that deal, and I told them, I said, if you're a Dodger fan, you got to be ecstatic. And if you're a Red Sox fan, you got to say, what the hell's going on here?
Well, if the Red Sox turn around and are able to take some of the money they're going to be saving on those 3 players and get some younger, perhaps less injury-prone free agents, they can rebuild that team, if not exceptionally quickly, certainly a lot more quickly with the money they shed in this deal.
Here's Wise. He is 0 for 2. Well, when you're in that division and you're up against Yankee money, it's tough to go into a rebuilding process. But you just brought up a big key point. It'd be interesting to know just how many millions and millions of dollars that the Red Sox have paid out to the disabled list.
Well, a whole lot, if you consider Carl Crawford is going to have to be probably disabled for a while, because I believe he's going to have Tommy John surgery on that elbow. And so he's going to be on the Dodger deal for a while. Beckett was hurt periodically. Gonzalez wasn't. He played. That's really the key to the deal, because without Gonzalez in that deal, they'd have never taken the other 2. That wouldn't have made any sense. But Daisuke Matsuzaka cost them well over $100 million, and they got a good season and a half out of them, maybe less.
That is high and going foul. Right size, wrong shape.
John Lackey cost him $82 million.
And they're thinking about shutting Big Papi down the rest of the year. Straightens him up. 2-2. It's full. Uke on deck. And that is just foul.
Well, it's a good thing for Smoke that it was, because he missed the ball. This one came pretty close to going over the bag. Take it right down the line. Now on this hop, seems like he wants to come back, but it stays foul. Not by much, but it still goes through the wickets.
Light him up. Takes the mask off. Jaso. Two out. And once again, the 3-2 pitch. Brings him up. And we'll go to the 6th.
Third. See where it shows up. It is definitely borderline. Wise thought it was down. Jim Reynolds thought it was okay. Now, he didn't exactly flip the equipment at him. He just kind of took the helmet and flipped it back. Well, Jim Reynolds took exception to that. That's one thing. I mean, he's right in the middle of the play. Robin gets him out. It's diffused. Everything is fine. And then Jim Joyce steps in out of nowhere once again to insert himself in a situation that, quite frankly, he was not involved in. Man was already going to center field. Let him go.
Oh, not again. Zip it up, Paul. Oh, boy. Comes out of nowhere to get into it.
I was going to say, we're not questioning the call. The call could have gone either way.
That's not the issue.
Right. It went Millwood's way, and that's just the way it goes.
That ball, that's a hang with him. Seager.
Well, Seager hits the ball very hard.
He's the best hitter on that team. He's going to be the best hitter on that team.
And I'm not sure how Hector was able to get the glove down in time, but he was. And that probably saved him a real good knee burger. That hits off the kneecap, and you got yourself a fracture.
It's a 3-2. Mariner lead here in the top of the 6th inning with 1 out. There's a good breaking ball. 3, 5 and 1 for them. 2, 5 and 0 for us. If you're just tuning in, Hector came in to start the 3rd inning. He's into his 4th inning of work. Drop down breaking ball.
There you look at the numbers, and just as important as anything is the fact that he's going to be trying to cover 12 outs. That's going to take some of the strain off that bullpen. Heading into a good hitting team in Baltimore.
Ray Olmedo, yes. Good play again. So they have scalded 2 here. Meanwhile, 2 out, nobody on.
Olmedo's having just a banner day defensively. He's got a hit to go with it. This time diving to his left. Earlier he dove to his right to take away a line drive base hit. This looked like it was ticketed to right field, but Ray had other ideas.
Here's Montero. Going to the count. And that ball hit into left field. Jordan Banks is there. Makes the catch. Nice 1-2-3 inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th, trailing by 1. Purchase tickets for the remaining 2012 games and place a deposit on 2013 season tickets, and you'll guarantee seats for the 2012 postseason. So for more information, call 312-674-1000 or visit whitesox.com.
Here's our Xfinity high-speed action replay, and it comes off the bat of Kevin Youkilis in the third inning. He drives this ball to right field, and Eric Thames decides he can get it. No, he couldn't. That turns into the second triple of the year for Youkilis, who drives in his 50th run.
He also is going out deep to center.
This is the inning to get to Millwood. We're at the bottom of the sixth. Pitches for him at a minimum. However, they got a good bullpen. You got to get to him here.
Want to know the count. That breaking ball grabs the strike. That's a high pop-up. One out, and that'll bring up Adam. Done twice. He's had two hits taken away because of the shift.
And with nobody on, they can line up in that radical shift. With any base runners on, we don't see it quite like this.
If you're just tuning in, Gavin Floyd left after 2 innings with soreness in his elbow. Change up.
Santiago's gone 4, giving up 2. Those 2 gave up the lead.
Doubled him up with a changeup.
First one was a good change. This was a great change. Low and out of the zone, but well ahead of the hitter. That's where you're supposed to go. Tantalizing enough, but not a strike.
Here's Pauly. Pauly is grounded short and single to right. Top of the 6th at Dodger Stadium. Marlins leading LA 3-1. Mark Burley. There's a strike. And this is going to be a nice, easy 1-2-3 inning for Millwood. He now has retired the last 8, and he leads it 3-2. Proceeds benefit White Sox charities, and Chicago White Sox charities would like to thank Smart of Orland Park for their generous donation. Top of the 7th inning. Mariners lead at 3-2. $23,146. We also had, if you're just joining us, an hour 51-minute rain delay.
Nate Jones loosening up in the bullpen just in case. Santiago enters his 5th inning of relief.
There's a strike, and the count 3-1. Thames has grounded to second, and he's grounded to first. And a full count. There's the dreaded leadoff walk. First walk issued by Hector, and that'll bring up Smoke. Smoke is 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. Threw it right by him upstairs. Thames is 1 for 2 in stolen bases. And that's trouble. So runners at the corners, nobody out. And Robin, here he comes.
Nate Jones will come into this one as Santiago departs. Still only a 1-run game, but there's trouble on the bases, and we'll be back after these messages. pitched the third of an inning, and he was able to get a win. That was his 6th of the year. So he inherits runners at the corners, nobody out, and a 1-run deficit.
Casper Wells. 1 for 2, but it was a big one. Got a 3-2 change, screwball, I should say, and hit it out of here for that 2-run homer to put him on top 3-2. And if you missed it,
former Tiger got one to his liking and lined it out of the park.
Two and 0 the count.
Jones has 5 wild pitches, so Tyler Flower is going to have to be on his toes. Johnny Villa loosening up in the pen.
And that's high. 3-0 the count with Brendan Ryan on deck. And there's one. Come back and get him. A full count for the 27-year-old Casper Wells. Just tuning in, Mariners won in the first. We tied it in the second. Went ahead 2-1 in the third. And then in the fifth, a 2-run homer by Wells. Broken bat, pops it up. Alex is there. And nobody's going anywhere. So a good comeback right there for Nate, falling down 3-0.
Wells cracks the bat. Doesn't get much into it with this fastball. And Thames thought of tagging up. But after a couple of steps, he realized that he's got no chance.
Now everybody's got to be on their toes. Brendan Ryan has struck out and gone out to center.
This guy can bunt, and he bunts well. And if anything, that was going to be a safety squeeze, meaning he laid down a good enough bunt. Then Thames comes. He was not running on the pitch, so it was not a suicide.
And there's the bunt. And Paulie wisely. He was thinking about maybe making the play, then saw the spin, lets it go, and then foul it is.
Pretty good idea, because right there he knows he can't make the play, but he can identify the spin. Seeing it was spinning toward foul territory, he just let it go.
Runners at the corners, 1 out, 1-1 to count. Broken bat. Yes, Ray's got him. 2 down.
Here's a Home Depot doing more on defense, and it all centers around Ray Olmedo at second. First, a double play that he gets off, and gets it off nicely. Then line drive, hauls it in. Now a tremendous play to his left. Makes that play also. And between Seager and Jaso, they're not too happy with it. And he reaches back, plucks this one out of the air, making sure the runners can't advance. So it's been 2 hitters against Jones, 2 cracked bats. And the runners have stayed planted exactly where he found them at first and third.
So back to the top of the order with the dangerous Dustin Ackley. And he has shown us this year a good first ball fastball hitter. He singled and scored in the first. That line drive that you saw Olmedo make the layout on. And he also has grounded softly to Ray. Takes ball 1. Hector hoping his buddy can bail him out right here. And the count 2-0. Trayvon Robinson on deck. Three and 0 the count.
Probably trying to figure out what the advance reports are on Robinson and which side you would rather face him. Because Veal is loosened up in the pen. Jones still throwing pretty good on the mound.
And that will load him up.
Don Cooper is going to go to the mound to talk about Robinson.
And while he goes out there, Sox fans, every White Sox Friday home game is United Flyaway Friday. Each Friday home game, one lucky fan will have the chance to win 2 free round-trip tickets to anywhere in the continental United States that United Airlines flies. United proud to fly our White Sox. Mark Seipold, Mike Corrigan, Bobby Garcia, Tanya, Halliday, Jackie, and all the great folks at Atlantic Aviation do a terrific job.
And the rain a little more insistent, but those folks are fully prepared for this one. Some of the folks who don't have umbrellas, however, are seeking some cover.
Sox packed with bad guys. First pitch strike, number 96. Robinson has singled and struck out twice. That single was a little duck snort in the left.
Nice block by Tyler. The ball's going to skid a little more in this type of footing than it would normally on a dry day. So a catcher has to adjust to that if anything's in the dirt.
Big pitch right here. You don't want to fall behind. And the count on that change. 1-2. Where'd that come from?
Taking a page out of Addison Reed's book, because when you throw 98 to 100 and then drop an 84 change on him, it's hard to pull the trigger.
That's enough there. 2-2.
Second straight change in a row. That one up and out of the zone. The reason you want to take him right here is not the obvious that if you go to 3-2 you can walk him, but the runners don't have a running start. Robinson has good speed. You still have a force out at any base. You get to 3-2 and the runners are going to be going. Most likely the force out goes out the window.
Leaves them. Came in first and third, nobody out, and that's where they remain. Seventh inning stretch. We trail at 3-2. And Friday, September 7th at 7:10. Well, that's halfway to St. Patty's and fireworks night presented by Miller Lite. Also, the first 20,000 adults ages 21 and over will receive a green White Sox cap. For tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit whitesox.com.
Be nice to get at least one here because the rain is really starting to come down hard now.
Yep, it is. Alex, 1 for 2 with a stolen base, also a run scored. High towering pop up. Jaso stays with it, gets that rain in his face, makes a nice play.
Alex swung at a fastball out of the zone, couldn't do anything with it. Jaso has to look right up into all that rain. And it nestles into the glove.
So here's Alexei. He's 1 for 2. Takes first pitch strike. 37-year-old veteran right-hander Kevin Millwood. Out and around it, a little soft two-hopper, and that's out number 2. That'll bring up Jordan. Thanks, 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly.
Baseball's a little wetter than Kevin Millwood would like, so he tosses it back in.
Takes that fastball outside.
Rogers going to probably have to bring some drying compound around second base because there are going to be some strange hops. Right there, you can see it.
They run 6 hits, 1 error for their guys. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for our guys. Millwood has been good today. One of our runs is unearned. And the count's 3-0. Tyler Flowers on deck. And there's 1. And there's ball 4, so good speed aboard. That's the first walk issued by Millwood. Now he wants some.
I think he wants some drying compound around
everywhere.
The whole infield. Rather than the tarp, he wants drying compound, and if that's the case, Eric Wedge went out there and he told Kevin Millwood, well, don't stand around. Let's see how long this is going to take first before you leave the mound. Time now for our Illinois Lottery Anything's Possible replay, and it is the outfits to be worn on the plane by some of the players and the coaches. It's a good-looking group. going to look a lot better, especially if we depart for Baltimore with a win right here. Everybody picked out their gear the last couple of days, and that's what it's going to look like, a very colorful airplane.
Well, after this game, I won't see any of it. I will be asleep. So they will get some of that quick dry down.
Look at that, Roger. He's got that down to a science. He knows exactly how much he's putting out with each and every toss.
If you're just joining us, they scored one in the first. Leadoff single by Ackley. Little soft single to the left by Robinson. Seager hit into a double play, then a walk to Jaso, and an infield hit by Montero. Didn't hit it very hard at all, but he hit it back up the middle. Alexei got it and couldn't do anything with it. So that was their one run for a while. Then we tied it in the second. Sacrifice fly by Jordan Danks. And then in the third, with one out, Olmedo singled, and then Uke tripled into right. That made it a 2-1 ball game. And then Hector Santiago, who came on back in the third inning to work for Gavin Floyd, who had soreness in his right elbow. Had a 3-2 count on Casper Wells with Justin Smoke at first base, and Wells hit it out of here, a screwball. And that's how we stand. 3-6-1 for them, 2-5-0 for us.
Let's take a look at the upcoming schedule, and we'll see just how it's going to be. Those 4 tough ones in Baltimore, ending with a day game. Then on to Detroit, which ends with a Sunday night game. Then it's back home against the Twins for 3, with an off day on the 6th, and then Kansas City for 3. So this road trip, especially important. And this game, and each and every game from here on in, especially important.
Well, this is game number 126. So you better believe each and every game is very, very important. Millwood talking with Jim Joyce.
I wonder how many pitches they're going to give Millwood, because he's just been standing around through all of this and is not throwing any pitches.
Now the rain has let up substantially about 3 or 4 minutes ago.
There you look at the numbers so far for Kevin Millwood, who's been pretty good. He did, however, issue his first walk, and that represents a tying run. Now he's taking his warm-up pitches. The bullpen is also getting loosened up for Seattle. We'll see if Tyler Flowers can rain on the parade a bit.
And the pitching matchups for that Orioles series coming up tomorrow night. Francisco Liriano against Wei-Yin Chen, the southpaw, who is 12-7 with a 3.87 for the Orioles. Then on Tuesday, Chris Sale against Chris Tillman. Chris, of course, 15-4. And then on Wednesday, Jake Peavy, we believe it'll be against Miguel Gonzalez. They'll push him back a day. And then on Thursday, Jose Quintana for us against, to be announced, which could be Joe Saunders, who the Orioles just picked up.
Stephen Pryor, a hard-throwing right-hander, loosening up in the pen.
Seems like almost every reliever that we've seen lately, hard-throwing right-hander. Hard-throwing right-hander.
And they're bigger, and each of them is stronger, and up to about 101 or 102, they all throw harder. Very rarely now. I mean, you used to see, remember, every bullpen would have one, possibly two guys with trick pitches. I mean, either be a palm ball, a splitter, a screwball. They all have, you know, a variation of a couple of trick pitches or two. Now it's pretty much Powder River with everybody.
Yes, it is. I first started back in 1963 in the big leagues. Almost the entire bullpen, which consisted of 5 guys most of the time, or 6, because you had 4-man rotations. With the exception of maybe 1, maybe 2, were all starters who were going bad.
Well, that's what happened at the time. I mean, they weren't going to send you down, but they would send you out there. And they'd always tell you, we're going to let you work your difficulties out in the bullpen. Right. They'd never pitch you, but you would have to work your difficulties out there.
So here's Tyler. Tyler is grounded to short and popped to third. Seager well back and guarding the line at third. Outfield, they are a little deeper, not much, but a little deeper and spread out. That ball hit deep. Stretch. He goes back. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. Yes. A 2-run A-ball by Tyler Flowers. And the Sox lead at 4-3. It's all good.
6th home run, 10th driven in, 2nd home run in as many days. And that one went over the center field wall, over the little shack that's out there, up and over the first foliage. And our 4th home run replay is a titanic blast off the bat of Tyler Flowers. And now I don't know about you, but I think that it's much too wet to play.
That ball is smoked by Olmedo for a single in the center field. So right now, 2 for 3, and bring out the tarp.
Yeah, I think, to me, you can hardly play in these conditions. Let's end this inning and call it a day. And here comes Eric Wedge. He gave Millwood a shot. Tyler Flowers gave him a shot too, one he didn't particularly care for. What a blast that was.
And of course, with that home run by Tyler, the Alex Nellius family will donate $100 to White Sox charities for every Sox homer hit throughout the course of the season. That is number 169, so $16,900 donated by Alex Nellius in loving memory of Ursula. So, Kevin Millwood, who pitched well, departs, and we'll be back.
He is a crafty left-hander, Lucas Lutke. We saw him in the ball game yesterday for 2/3 of an inning. Walked one, fanned one. ERA 2.38. And he's been a busy man, as you can see. So he inherits Ray Olmedo at first base, 2 outs here in the 7th. And you see it happen a lot. Pitcher sailing along, hasn't walked anybody, walks his first man, which was Danks, and then gives up a blast. And he gives up the lead at the same time.
D. Wise, 0 for 3 today. He's due. 4-7-0 for our guys, 3-6-1 for their guys. Sox trying to sweep this homestand. We got the Yankees in 3. And there's first pitch breaking ball strike, and we got these guys the first 2. First and 30. Or knock him in. There's a shot. So he will first and 30. And that'll bring up Buke. And probably Eric Wedge.
Eric Wedge trudges out of that dugout once again. So things were rolling right along. And then a long wait on the mound as Roger Bossert and his crew took care of the field. In the meantime, that helped take care of Millwood. So Stephen Pryor to come in the ball game. Lutke leaves. We've got runners at the corners and 2 outs here after wresting the lead from these pesky Mariners. We'll be back after these messages.
Yeah, it's coming down very hard. So we had a 1 hour and 51-minute rain delay to start this thing. And we don't know how long it is. I'll try to check out my radar real quick here. But the Sox, well, they lead at 4-3. 4-8-0 for us, 3-6-1 for them. And this is the finale of this 3-game set. And we were trying to see here. Yeah, they've got a little front here, and then a big one coming in right after that. So doesn't look very good right now. But they have done a good job to get that tarp out there that quick and unfold it. And while they do, we will go over some baseball scores for you.
Well, you do have to give the umpires a little credit also in that they took it about as long as they could take it, let us play, and then when it got impossible to play, that's when they called for the tarp.
Well, they wanted to get the ball game in.
Absolutely.
They did everything they could to get it in. But meanwhile, we'll check some other scores. As I mentioned earlier, if you're just joining us, Yankees beat the Cleveland Indians 4-2. Boone Logan over Jimenez. Tigers this afternoon beat the Angels 5-2. Scherzer over Santana. At Fenway, Red Sox beat Kansas City 8-6. Beto over Smith. Minnesota leading Texas 5-2. That game in the top of the sixth down at Arlington. Cubs leading the Rockies 2-0. That's in the top of the seventh at Wrigley. So they have the tarp out there. And in the meantime, we're going to take you back to our studios for some rain delay programming. And this is another edition of Sportsnet Stories.